what's going on. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Sounds like the AWCU is just done. Welcome, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Just welcome to the training sessions, our first of the year for Red Arrow's training for 2026. They never rest. So we'll be seeing and covering from now until spring 2026, so April sort of time, and a variety of sequences, variety of formations, including singletons like this. We'll see them in singletons, synchro pairs, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7, 8s, all the way to 9s, hopefully. 2 red arrows on the main, which kind of gives you, if you remember, because it's been a while since April, the way we do this. How many red arrows you see on their main ASP can be the decider of how busy of a training session we're going to see. So not a very busy one, but we may get a synchro pair, who knows, you just never know. And that's the beauty of what we do, turn up and hope for the best. My name's Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Squadron leader Ted Coningsby is here with us as well. I wasn't sure whether to start midday like I proposed it to do, or just start now. Wasn't sure if the Singleton was about to RTB, but I thought, well, we may get a few approaches and real cool stuff. And like you always know, our regulars know, you just never know what's going to happen. The training sessions, and I hope you've all enjoyed the Red Arrows displays this year. They've been absolutely incredible. Like always, a legacy from 1964. The Red Arrows have been flying the flag, promoting our Royal Air Force around the world. Been an absolutely brilliant season, and it's now back to training, back to basics, and of course there are new recruits as well. Crew, the pilots do get 3 seasons, and of course you'll need to have a criteria to go with that to meet even applying to become a Red Arrow. You'll need a minimum of 1,500 hours of flying time. That's a minimum, and you'd need to have completed a operational tour as well as being classed as being above average as a fighter pilot. So you'll need those 3 things if you're going to attempt to apply to become a Red Arrows pilot. I did speak to the Blues, thank you to Callum, regarding the Blues and how that works with seasons. It works a little bit differently with that. See, the way it works, they can actually ask to stay on and actually progress within the Blues team, the engineers. There is almost like more of a minimum service, and they can go up to 5 years of serving as a Red Arrows engineer, but they can be asked to stay on. T1A. So back to basics for us as well. So as soon as we see the canopies open, it's all good. Oh dear, I miss this though. I do miss covering the Red Arrows. I'll try and make it as weekly as possible. I think it'd be quite nice because I've really enjoyed following the Red Arrows training sessions right up to Spring Hawk. It'd be nice for me to go abroad and catch that, but I've had some good feedback off the actual Red Arrows pilots. They do use the footage to analyse it and get a different perspective of what it looks like as well, rather than watching it from, let's say, the tower. So they get a different feel. So it was quite nice to hear that. I really appreciate it. So thank you to the 2025 Red Arrows team. It was lovely to meet you all at Duxford on Saturday for the Duxford finale. And you're probably wondering if I filmed the last Red Arrows air show display, and you know what, I didn't. I actually just watched it. I just wanted to just enjoy it. It's an amazing little aircraft actually. I mean, it can, you know, service ceiling at 40,000 feet. It is subsonic. It can go transonic in a dive. It can do 400 miles per hour in just under 2 minutes. Pilot sits at the front, the instructor at the back, dual controlled. And as we transition from airshow season 2025, things are already in place for 2026. Even the Typhoon display team's new pilot already doing some work, and it would have done so throughout the season anyway. These things you don't really hear. You know, there's a lot of planning, sim work, putting the sequences together. They would have done a lot of preparation throughout the year, because the focus, of course, is on the existing current pilot, of course, with the Typhoon display team reheat 1. Our new pilot is already underway. You'll hopefully see the new pilot of the Typhoon display team around January, February time. Where the pilot will be officially announced, sort of around the December, January time. Center pod that you can see there is actually the smoke pod, and it's quite primitive in the way it's made out to be as well. There's 3 little holes at the front of the smoke pod, which is filled with dye, red, blue, and diesel for the colourless white smoke that's created through evaporation through the smoke pipes at the rear, which I'll show you in a moment. And it's actually filled with almost like jerry can style with some pipes, and there's no sophisticated technology to indicate when the smoke pods are actually filled or full. It's literally done with just knocking like you would do on a hollow wall to test to see if it is hollow. Literally, knock knock. If you're hollow, you need a bit more dye. If it's solid, you literally, it's done by ear. And that's pretty much how the Red Arrows fly as well, by instructions and the ear, with a set of instructions done intricately. So there you go. Nothing technical about filling up the smoke pods with dye. Amazing. Again, a big shout out to Callum on the Blues team for giving me loads of information on the Red Arrows dye and engineering side as well, which is amazing. So, you know, it was really, really helpful. I mean, if you get close enough to a Red Arrow Hawk, you might be able to see the 3 sort of portholes, almost like a cap at the front of the pod itself. So it's not a drop tank or anything. I mean, it's a beautiful little aircraft, this. We go, our first taste of 2026. This is the first day of training for 2026, and although I'm anticipating a non-busy day, I have to admit I'm actually quite excited. I really am. And look forward to seeing what else we're going to get. Like I said, I'm really anticipating. I'm really predicting quite a quiet day. We're probably going to get another singleton, but you never know. This is the beauty of military aviation. And welcome to the Red Arrows home, RAF Waddington. And I hope you're going to enjoy that. Again, a means of representing and literally showcasing the skills and showing off the Royal Air Force. Literally, this is the point of the Red Arrows itself, is to support the British industry, just like air shows as well, to support industry, create trade, get public interest in purchasing the aircraft, assisting in the defence diplomacy, and it also aids recruitment, which is something I'm working on actually. I've got a little surprise, hopefully, fingers crossed, it all works out. Hopefully next month or towards December, perhaps I've got something to show you, but it does, and I've all, and it is true, I don't know one Red Arrows pilot that wasn't inspired by watching a Red Arrows display themselves, or at least a display. But I'm going to find out for you. Obviously the current display team may change next year because they only have 3 years. We've got 2 new recruits this year who have done a fantastic job, Reds 2 and 3, and one of them making history as well. I think that's an absolute tribute to history as it progresses as well with that, and I think that's just fantastic. But Red Arrows converted to this very aircraft in 1979, where the Hawks assembled at RAF Bitswell in Leicestershire. The first of the 10 Red Hawks delivered on Friday the 17th August 79. Oh dear. I'm getting better, by the way. Thank you very much for your kind messages. Although the Red Arrows, of course, as you know, started in 1964. Now, if you just bear with me just one moment, I'll be right back. And I'll give you the full rundown. Nicely done. So you can see the pilots at the front wearing what looks like the Red Arrows helmet. And always exciting to see. Like I said, could be a quiet day, which I can tell by the amount that are there. But there we go. All is good. go. And, oh, hello. It's a nice beefy looking, it's a mean looking Bowser, isn't it? If it is a Bowser. It's pretty cool. And Waddington has been home of the Red Arrow since 2020. There's all things Red Arrows today, and I'll try and do as many weekly shows of the Red Arrows, and we'll literally be seeing them progress throughout and right up until April next year, where we have to say goodbye to them and watch them head off to Cyprus and Greece and other warm places in the world where they do exercise Spring Hawk, a place to allow the Red Arrows to train in more reliable conditions. My name's Nicholas, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. I hope you're all good and well, and I hope you enjoyed yesterday. Yeah, what a season we've had with the Red Arrows. It's been excellent. But of course things will change in the team, as it normally does. It's amazing, isn't it? As I mentioned, you know, formation flying and aerobatics team has been, you know, has been around since aviation itself, even on the battlefield as well. I mean, the evolution of military, you know, military tactics, aviation-wise, the importance of formation flying. When you see aerobatics teams, it is a legacy that's been around since aviation itself, since the idea of placing military aviation, you know, something to attack or even defend from the air, and the importance of formation flying has been taking place even during the First World War. Taking off in formation is an effective way to get more aircraft up quickly, whether it's taking off in formation or actually getting into formation, such as the Finger 4, the Vic formation, battle formation. All the formations that you see of the Red Arrows actually are tactical combat, you know, tactical formations that you would do. For example, a formation of, let's say, 21 B-17s can cause issues for an attacking fighter. Simply just multiply the guns from the very first air show at Reims, France in 1909, to the first RAF pageant with 32 Squadron, which was held in 1920. And like I said, the history of formation flying and air show is over 115 years, and in 1925 the pageant became known as the Royal Air Force display. So, you know, and one of the things I was reading today was one of the pilots was exhibiting Sopwith snipes, and again the crucial aspect of showing off a particular aircraft. And don't forget, World War I, there were army and troops on the ground that had never seen anything flying in their lives before. So when you've got Sopwith snipes flying in an exhibition that were painted red for the display fittingly, with white lights on the wings, tail and fuselage, and you know, they were even one thing to mention, which is something that we all get excited about, is firing blanks, and the Apache bombing display with the Wildcats at RIAT. If you've seen that, again, it wows the crowd. But they were firing blanks since, you know, well, for that example, 1925. And interestingly, one of the pilots in that display was Flying Officer C.W.A. Scott. And for those that tune into our Mildenhall streams would know who C.W.A. Scott is, with Tom Campbell Black Yes, those two won the 71-hour world record, solo flight record race. Winning the Mac Robertson air race was from Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia, and that was in 1934. Amazing, isn't it? And it's amazing to think of that. And even 1938 being briefly known as the Empire Air Day, biplanes were performing to music. So you've got aircraft performing to music, you've got aircraft firing blanks. It's something that we kind of take for granted in the modern era. And then in 1947 the de Havilland Vampires took to the skies to make the first jet aircraft to be used in a fast jet team. They were called the Black Knights, and these came from RAF Odeon. And then various other teams flew the Vampire, and 72 Squadron flew in a team of 7. And it was 54 Squadron who started using smoke trails as well, until finally the Gloucester Meteor took over from the Vampire. And in 1950s it was time for the Hawker Hunter, and in 56 saw Treble 1 Squadron take to the skies, and many more RAF Aerobatics teams started to form. And in 1958 the Black Arrows performed in a loop and barrel roll of 22 Hunters, a world record for the greatest number of aircraft looped in formation. The Black Arrows were the premier team until 1961, when the Blue Diamonds of 92 Squadron continued their role, flying 16 Blue Hunters. And if you're in the area, don't forget to check out Newark Air Museum, where you'll be able to see an example of that Blue Hunter, the Blue Diamonds in 92 Squadron. They've got one there. And of course, another thing that we mention about Newark Air Museum is not only their lovely jacket potatoes and toasties, it's also their F100D Super Sabre in the Panthers LT tail code from RAF Lakenheath. That's something to check out. Also, Yellow Jacks, Red Pelicans, and then finally English Electric Lightnings were in formation. Now this was quite brief, and I'm going to reminisce some of those moments. I know, right? And I've got first time appearing on the show. Let's see if this is going to work. Yes. Now, can you imagine? I believe they were using F1 English Electric Lightnings, and can you imagine these? Yeah, these were in formation in the 60s, just before things changed. I mean, look at this. And I'm talking about now there was a couple of display teams, and officially it was Fighter Command Aerobatic Display Team for 1963, the Firebirds of 56 Squadron, and known simply as the Firebirds. They were flying the F1A, and it was a 9-ship of English Electric Lightnings, and they were the RAF's fast fighter jet display team of all time. And they took the name from the Phoenix, which adorned the squadron's official crest. This is 74 Squadron, I believe, this one, but the Firebirds were 56 Squadron, I believe, and wore distinctive blue-red trim, with that amazing sort of like shiny aluminium style frame. The red and white checkerboard and the roundel beneath the cockpit with the Phoenix emblem on the white disc, swept national insignia flask and a call sign letter on the tail fin as well. They were renowned for their tight precision formation and also a solo display, which was fantastic. And the way I've seen a video of the break, and then a formation with the Foller Nat in 1964, and it was 9 Firebirds Lightnings, which I'm going to show you, although I can't play you a video. I'm just going to show you what that could have looked like. Here we go. Look at this. There's the Phoenix of 56 Squadron, a wonderful display team that took to the skies. But unfortunately, I think that's all 9, isn't it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I might miss one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, there's the 9th there, the little tiddly one there. But there we go, Firebirds there. That's what they would have looked like. Just beautiful, isn't it, right? Amazing. But, you know, I've said this before, you are taking away, you know, not only the aircraft, but you're taking away the crew. And it's really, you know, it's really important to understand that, which, you know, we're not the biggest air force in the world. I accept that. But the thing is, they do have a purpose, they do have a role. Yes, it costs more money to run fighter jets, you know, especially an English Electric Lightning, which was, you know, without doubt, very thirsty on fuel, maintenance, but you're taking away the ground crew from their original role. In 1960s, while the Tigers of 74 Squadron were equipped with the legendary, unique, vertically aligned engines of the English Electric Lightning, and, you know, of course, like I said, they wowed the crowds in 56 Squadron, you know, but the skill involved, the discipline that we see today, the tight formations with no room for error, you know, redoing every single sequence over and over again, and the commitment, you know, is demanding, and this could not be justified to take Lightnings out of their original role to be accompanied by frontline pilots. So this sadly came to a very short end. You know, it didn't last that long. I'd say what, two years I think the English Electric Lightning was displaying for, but it was in 1964 at Little Rissington that the RAF decided that it was time to amalgamate the display teams, and it was chosen to use a training aircraft rather than a frontline fighter jet. And they took the name of the Red Pelicans, who were flying 6 BAC Jet Provost T-Mark 4s. They took the Yellow Nat trainers, known as the Yellow Jacks, after Flight Lieutenant Lee Jones's call sign Yellow Jack from RAF Valley. They took the Arrows name after the Black Arrows, and there you have yourself, there you go, the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, as we know as the Red Arrows. Now, I'm going to show you the first Red Arrow aircraft, and the Red Arrows, technically, for very, very briefly, they were actually once yellow. Let's have a little look what happened. Now, forgive me, you're going to laugh at me. Let's have a little look here then. Right. So, the Yellow Jacks. Right, there we go. There's our Yellow Jack aircraft, and they were a display team. Now, the Red Arrows took these. They were yellow, and it was decided that, well, statistically, we have more grey skies than blue, and it was decided to paint them red. Why? Because you can, let me just zoom out just a little bit, because you can see them better in grey skies. So in grey sky, yellow was thought that it, you know, wasn't visually stunning, shall we say, or you know, red was more visible in grey. I would have gone with orange personally, but grey and orange do actually go together when I was doing graphic design. But there we go. You know, it was decided to use this. So it was fallen nats, painted them red, and the rest is almost history. So we've got our little fallen nat here, and this was the Red Arrows first aircraft, and you know, and the likes of the legendary Ray Hanna, and you know, how amazing is that? So the fallen nat there, look at it, a beautiful little aircraft, began life Little Rissington, you know, and it's amazing how, you know, how things have gone. 1968, like I said, Squadron Leader Ray Hanna, you know, legendary names, you know, that we all know so dearly, and the Nats T1s were chosen. This was the very first. It was subsonic, this little beauty. The first flight of this actually was in 1955. Can you imagine? 10 years after the Second World War, we had this. It was retired in 1979 because the next aircraft, which I'm about, well, you can see it on the screens over there. But give you an idea of what the fallen nat had. I mean, had a length of 29 feet 9 inches, wingspan of just 22 feet. 22 feet. That's 6.76 meters. That is not a lot at all. And when you think of the Spitfire is 11 meters, 6.7 really gives you an idea how very small. It was powered by Bristol Siddeley BOR2 Orpheus 701 turbojet engines. About 700 pounds of thrust less than what we have today, at 4,705 pounds of thrust in these little beauties. But there we go, it was just short of being supersonic. There's 695 miles per hour in Mach. Those that do Mach, Mach 0.95. So there we go. So that's what we had until 1979, when the Red Arrows display team changed to this, the Hawk Mark 1, sorry, the Hawk Mark T1A, and they, which my version is a T1B blue tack. As you know, I do have to have blue tack. You know, it's a beautiful training aircraft. It's dual controlled with a Rolls-Royce engine. It's got the Ardeur, but it is tuned up. It's the Ardeur Rolls-Royce 151 engine. It has been tuned to Red Arrow specs because they need to make it more responsive. It can climb to 40,000 feet, reach 400 miles per hour in just under 2 minutes. And we're talking about from brakes release to 400 miles per hour in just under 2 minutes. But what makes a Red Arrows Hawk a Red Arrows Hawk rather than the traditional Hawk? Well, let's have a little look around. So we've mentioned the engine, which is in here. The engine is the Rolls-Royce Ardeur 151 engine, about 5,500 pounds of thrust. It has been tuned nicely to Red Arrow specifications, but generally it is a training aircraft. You're going to get the instructor at the back, dual controlled, and the pilot at the front as well. The wingspan, the wings are very forgiving on this, and it can generate a lot of lift with a service ceiling of 40,000, which is quite remarkable. Now, it's got a lot of forgiving items on the wings. Now, it's quite forgiving, in the words of one of the former Red Arrows pilots that told me, because it's got the Toblerones here, these little metal, which I've added myself. I've actually modified my own Red Arrows. It actually lets the pilot know. It kind of gives it a little judder, informs the pilot when it creates a buffer to let them know that they are reaching a point of probably a wing stall. So it gives them a lot of lift, but also creates like a buffer for them to let them know of any potential issues that would arise from potentially a wing stall. So the Red Arrows Hawk is a beautiful little trainer. Let's talk more about the Red Arrows Hawk itself. So at the front, this little cap has got 3 little holes in. With a jerry can, you can fill it up. And like I said, sorry about the blue tack. Like I said, it's got the red dye and the blue dye, and the central is just literally it's diesel. Now the thing is with this, the way you would do this, there's actually a designated dye team, and when they fill it up, there's no special technology. It's literally dunk, dunk, dunk. If it's hollow, then it still needs filling up. It's all done by ear. Can you believe that? So there's no special way of doing it. It's suggested there's around about 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of blue, 1 minute of red. Now, interestingly, this is something that I didn't know. The smoke pipes at the back, okay, so there's about 400 to 600 degrees Celsius here. It's enough to evaporate fuel, right, and create that lovely smoke. But what I didn't know, I thought that each pipe did each colour, like, so this pipe on the left, for example, did blue, the one in the middle did white. Incorrect. I didn't know that it's all 3 will punch out the same smoke colour, okay, at the push of a button. So if the pilot selected blue, all 3 pipes would actually produce the blue smoke. All right, so it evaporates, it's mixed in with the diesel, and it's the evaporation that causes that. But what happens when you need a more plump, a fluffier, a more plump plume of smoke, right? Well, I haven't modified this yet, But here it is, the air brake. I didn't know until last year that the air brake, because I keep hearing air brake from Red One, I didn't know that the air brake was underneath. The air brake's underneath. It's a lower fuselage air brake, and what this does, it creates turbulence, and this vortice, this turbulence creates a more fluffier, more plump, bigger plume of smoke. There you go. And that's quite a key, because the wind plays a major part in Red Arrow's displays, not only, you know, for the flying itself, but actually the direction of the way the smoke is going to go and blow. You know, strong winds can kind of ruin, I guess, the smoke lastability. So there you go, that's another modification there. Just trying to think if there's anything else I may have forgot to tell you. No, I think that's it. I think we're done. There's our Red Arrow's T1A. Again, the reason why they chose the T1A is because it had like a little 30mm Aiden cannon here. So with the removal of that, they can stick on the smoke pod, which is why they used the T1A. For me, classic aircraft. It's been around since I was born, and I'm loving it. Which I'm absolutely, I love this aircraft. I think it's a very cute, sorry for using that word, I think it's a very sweet, cute looking aircraft. And I am a big fan of using training aircraft, because I also think it's the aircraft that you learn in, and it's such an inspiration for those training in the Royal Air Force to become a pilot, because it's like almost making a statement saying, hey look, this is what you're training in, this is what you can do. Adjust this camera a little bit. Blowing a cool. It's alright, we're all good. I'm just adjusting the camera. It's a little bit of a gust. I'm going to just take some secure measures. And the canopy on the left, Red Arrow's open, as you can see, so that is a good sign. All right, we're back to basics. Sounds like a Red Arrow startup. Did you hear the bass? Yep. Bass in the place, Waddington. Bass in the place, Waddington. Bass in the place, Waddington. Red Arrow's giving it to you, man. Yeah, man. Do you like that? Nikos, calm down, mate. Hope we're all good. Richie B, Aspen, what up, Muzz? Margot Baxter, John Minter, William C88. Gary Edward Coates, morning to you, Christopher Carr. Can hear Red Arrows just started up there now. That canopy's closing. I can hear one definitely started up. Hope we're all good. LEJ Approach, how you doing? welcome to the training sesh 2026. I say 2026 because this is all the training session now. And it's all towards 2026. All the red arrows, loving it. So I'm on the mend, I'm getting better. I sound a bit nasal, if that even is a thing. But I'm getting there, man. You know how it is. Thank you all for your kind words and support. It is going to be a quiet one today, and I'll probably finish again just a little bit early, just to get myself a little break so I can last the whole week. Actually, no idea where I'm going tomorrow, so I'll decide when I get home. It's always quite exciting to have a little look. I'm like, where are we going tomorrow? Big shout out to everyone, all the guys and girls of the Wave, by the way, a fantastic team. The Waddington aircraft viewing enclosure. Big shout out to the girls in the burger van and John. Hope you're all good. Becky and everyone, thank you all so much for supporting me as well. Thank you, and keeping us fed as well. Well, here we go. That's what we want. Look at that flag there. That's what we're talking about. Oh, taxiing with purpose. Runway 20 in use. Ride. But it's been a fantastic season. There will be some new names next year in the team, including Red 10. So it wouldn't be Waddington without the lorries. The world's busiest truck road in the world. As you seem to love the A50. I think it's the A15. I can never remember where. I always get it wrong between A15 and A16. But yeah, forgive me if I finish just a little bit early today, just so I'm almost recovered. A lorry and a red arrow. There's an image I've not seen before. This is going to look fun, isn't it? Come on. when you think it'll be a quiet day, it's not always about the quantity, right? It's about the quality, and we've just been treated here to what you can get from just a singleton solo training. And I'm really excited about this. We're going to piece week by week, if I can do it weekly, or maybe bi-weekly perhaps, fortnightly. You know, we'll get to, of course, weather permitting, we're going to get to see the Red Arrows work up. Right up until April I can do, of course, when they, well, you never know. You never know, I might end up in Greece or something. Imagine that. I can certainly take my kit with me. And, no stranger to the Greek islands and language, so it wouldn't be a problem. Right. A little bit gusty, but oh, look at this. Amazing. Just move this over here. Okay. welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Waddington at the Wave car park. And if you are tuned in, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. Here's your in-stream checklist. Give us a thumbs up, you've been cleared for a red arrows display on that like button, with a smoke on go on the subscribe. Come on, you know you need to. This is the airshow season may have finished, but the Ted Coningsby channel doesn't, bringing you displays of all sorts throughout the year, day in, day out, until you don't miss out on things like this. Hit that notification bell button, where you will be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. I am without my hat. It came off during that manoeuvre. That wouldn't be the first time that I've lost a hawk. I'm not 100%, but I'm alright. I'm alright. Thank you for all of you who are asking. I have genuinely lost a hawk. Here we go. This reminds me when they did the Hannah break. Oh yes. Where's one go? Hannah break. Oh wait. beautiful. I love that little transition there as we watch it disappear. You're tuned into the Ted Coningsby channel. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Been a lovely one really for the first day of training. And it was only Saturday that they did their last display at an air show. Some circuits on the first red arrow that we've seen today, and this solo display, which is really sequences that are part of the main display sequence itself. So many of you who follow the red arrows will have recognised some of these manoeuvres. Be synchro pair training, as in red 6 or 7, right? She lost the red arrow again. Elsewhere for a little bit, but what a great one that is, isn't it? It's good. It's just gone southeast at the minute. Now we're doing LEJ approach. Margot Baxter, Mark Moody. Captain A, how you doing? Davey, how's it going as well? Hope you're all good. Andrew Botolf, how you doing? All to you. from the Red Arrows, of course, RAF Waddington is home to the ISTAR wing, the eyes and ears of the skies. And I'll tell you what, Waddington has a lot of firsts in its history, from the first to operate the Avro Manchester to the Avro Lancaster when it became technically an Avro Manchester Mark III, with BT308 sporting the very first Manchester Mark I triple tail fin, to the very first squadron to operate the Avro Vulcan. It has a lot of firsts. Oh yes, it does indeed. And welcome to RAF Waddington, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Of course, home to the Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, as we lovingly know them as the Red Arrows. It's also home to many squadrons that are based here. Number 8 squadron currently, number 13 squadron, right, gone. Talk about them at loss of mouth, right? Number 13 squadron, who are also here. They reformed here as the Reaper RPAS squadron in 2012. Number 14 squadron, who are still currently based here. They operate the Shadow R1, reformed as a Shadow R1 squadron in 2016. 31 squadron, well, they operate the Protector RG Mark I, the MQ-9B. They, as far as 2023, 11th of October, they reformed to operate the Protector RG1. We've also got 51 squadron, the Goose. They fly the Rivet Joint RC-135W, formed in 1916 at Thetford. They received the Rivet Joint RC-135 in 2013. Next up, we've also got number 54 Squadron. They're the ISTAR Operational Conversion Unit, so just like 29 Squadron at Coningsby being the OCU for the Typhoon and its crew. Well, number 54 are the ISTAR OCU, so that's for the Rivet Joint and the Shadow R1. And that's 54 Squadron, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And a squadron that formed at Castle Bromwich in 1916. They stood up in 2005 to become the ISTAR OCU here at Waddington. There's also a test and evaluation squadron, number 56 Squadron as well. They formed at Gosport in 1916, and in 2008 they hung up its fighter boots, literally, and they took on a non-flying role as the Air C-21, as the Air C-2 ISR test and evaluation squadron. So they put away their fighter boots and done something else. It's quite interesting to witness that transition. I suppose it's like talking about 7 Squadron, who were the first to operate the short Sterling bomber, now flying the Chinook. In fact, there was a Tornado Squadron that are flying the Chinook as well, so it's really amazing, isn't it? Like 27. So 92 Squadron, formed in 1917 at London Colney as a Scout Fighter Squadron. 2009 reformed here as the Air Warfare Centre for Training and Tactics Element, and it's the HQ for number 41 Squadron as well. 616 Squadron, Royal Auxiliary Air Force are based here. 7006 Squadron, Royal Auxiliary Air Force based here. 7010 Squadron, Royal Auxiliary Air Force based here. 7630 Squadron, Royal Auxiliary Air Force. 2503 Squadron, Royal Auxiliary Air Force Regiment. 5 RAF Police and Security Squadron ISTAR, 2 ISR Squadron, 3 ISR Squadron, the ISR Support Squadron, 71 Inspection and Repair Squadron are also based here. They fall under 42 Expeditionary Support Wing of the Support Force. They aim to deliver engineering and manufacture and design capabilities in deployed locations, so they repair damaged structures, fixed wing aircraft. So cool. You've got the wings here, number 1 ISR wing, number 2 police and security wing, and the display air wing as well. They established in 2023 as part of the Combat Air Force under number 1 group. Its mission is to generate, command and control RAF display assets which enable the safe, compliant delivery of display aircraft, the Red Arrows, for example, the BBMF, Typhoon Display Team, and the RAF Falcon. Bet you didn't know that, or unless you did, fair play to you. So what an amazing day we've had. We've really enjoyed it. So we've had the Red Arrows. The first one was doing literally circuits, and the second one that we've just seen today is sort of almost like a solo display, but not quite. It's putting all the sequences together. It's amazing. Apparition. Para, how you doing? I hope you're good. Hey Stevie boy, Alex Raven, how you doing? Welcome to the home of the Red Arrows, and it's gives me great pleasure to follow their training course for 2026. It is quite exciting. How you doing? Pete Lawrenson, Leah, how you doing? We Stevie boy, hope you're all good. What a brilliant day. Lovely to see that. And like I said, we'll be, as soon as I get an idea of any good days that I feel. But what is a good day? A good day is what you make of it at the end of the day. We're not all about quantity, it's all about the quality. We can just have that one all day and that would be superb. It's like going to low level, you just get one aircraft come through and that 6 hour waiting goes away, literally. Right. Let's see what else we got. Like I said, an indication is how many are on the main ASP. And the Red Arrows, it's all about precision. They will park up their reds millimetre perfect, in number order, even in formations, even numbers on the left, odds on the right, all in perfection. You're going to see it all being put together. This is what I love about this. It's amazing how they put everything together. It's not like you'd expect. You'd think that you know, naturally, if you were like me, you'd think they'd just be up in their 9 every time. It's not like that. So for those that are new to Red Arrows training, it's not as you might expect. So for me, been born in Weston-super-Mare, and you know, home of the Western Air Festival and RAF Locking. Big shout out to the beloved, much missed RAF Locking. I've only just got my hat back. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Yeah, it's not how you might expect. With the Red Arrows training, it's there's some new trainees here. They're learning the ropes in the Red Arrows. My name's Nikos, and I'm going to hopefully talk to you throughout the whole pre-season, right up until April 2026, when the Reds go abroad. You never know. I'm going to see if I can get abroad. Wouldn't that be pretty cool to do Spring Hawk, right? But yes, so there are trainees that will be doing their training, and they also come along to Spring Hawk as well. It gives them a chance to train in far more reliable conditions. Now, for me, when I was born in Weston-super-Mare, every year the Western Air Festival, Red Arrows were a household name, and I loved them. you know, there were something in awe of the skies as a kid. I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to be a tornado pilot, to be exact. Sadly, my eyesight let me down, but don't let that put you off, because this day and age, things can be rectified with a bit of laser, I hear. But anyway, never mind, doesn't matter. But I'm here broadcasting it, just as good, right? But yeah, it's something that I seen, and I was inspired to become a pilot, which I didn't, but there we go. But the point is, I could have. Never mind. But the Red Arrows display, you know, as I grew up, parents moved, so you kind of go with them. But things faded, you know, when parents move and you're only 10, you don't really get a say, do you? So moved to a place where there wasn't really any aircraft going, and then that sort of faded away, and I got into other things like creativity, artwork, photography, you know, broadcasting on my CB radio and all that. And I wanted to be a teacher, and I wanted to broadcast. I wanted to be a radio DJ. I've kind of doing that today in a way. But you know, as I when I moved to like Tewkesbury in my 30s, I remembered the Red Arrows, of course, and I hadn't seen them for 2 decades, and I think I've seen them once over Cheltenham Racecourse going over. And my point is actually understanding, even if I was 10 or 30, which I wish I was, but it doesn't matter, it's actually understanding what goes on. You see, I thought, you know, and there are others probably like me, I don't know, hope. I thought the Red Arrows pilots just get in a plane and just take off and then just do all this fancy stuff. No. But then, hang on a minute, who's fixing the plane? Who's maintaining the plane? There's so much that goes on that you wouldn't even think as a newbie, and I forgive that, because I will deliver that and try to teach how I learned myself, and think, okay, the Red Arrows don't just get in an aircraft and start flying around. The plane itself doesn't just, like, you know, have fuel in it automatically. So my point is, there's a lot to learn, but there's so much that goes on. Look at the Typhoon display team, all that work, the armourer, survival specialist, all this that goes into it, even the PR, even the social media, even the pilots themselves, even the mentor, supervisor, putting all this. For what? 8 minutes, exactly. And that's my point. So much work goes into it. So here's my thing. Here's another thing that I thought the Red Arrows train whenever as a 9. They don't. In fact, I didn't even know there was 11 in total. There are 11 Reds in total, but 9 display. So what you'll be surprised when you come here, and I get it a lot, it's like, Nikos, why is it only 7? Nikos, why is it only 8? Why is there only 4? Do not panic. It doesn't mean the Red Arrows are a 4 or an 8 ship. It's the way they train, they put it together. And what's exciting, as I've got, you know, more and more into this, we're going to see all these sequences so that the last Red Arrow that we just seen, you're going to see that put in to the real thing. So we're going to see Hannah in a 5, we're going to see Enid in a 4, we're going to see the synchro pair, and they do this 3 sorties a day, and they do the same on repeat. They don't do the whole thing, and then eventually they'll put it all together. Isn't that just the most amazing thing? It really is. And then when they're a 9, they'll train in a flat, a rolling, and a full display. It all comes together. And Red 1 is very strict. It needs to, and for good reason. You know, you put in your team in you know, inch perfect precision. It has to be good. There are millions of people they display to. We're all going to be watching. They're there to show off the skills and the Royal Air Force and the UK's interests as well. And like I said, originally, of course, air shows were, you know, for a handful of reasons. One, to show off the aircraft. It's, you know, Qatar didn't just want to buy a Typhoon because they thought, oh, this might be good, have a go on a computer. No, they would have seen that at, let's say, an air show. Farnborough, another good example where air shows were really important to and they boost trade, they boost business, and also inspire the future generation. You know, without the Red Arrows, I probably wouldn't do this. You know, okay, it's not flying, it's not in the Air Force, but I'm now indirectly promoting the Royal Air Force. So passing it on, and there's probably youngsters that are tuning in tonight, unless you're off, You know, we are different time zones. Other countries have different terms of schools, but could be inspiring a child to join an Air Force. Don't know, but isn't that pretty cool? And I love that, and I think it's really important to do that. But we're all learning. Again, feel free to ask any questions about the Red Arrows. I'll do my best to answer it. And even the Blues, we cannot forget the engineers. There's also the circus team, who are almost like they're not a PA, but they fly. So Circus 1 will fly with Red 1, Circus 5 will fly with Red 5. It's a personal engineer that's constantly with that Red Arrow, and they will fly on transit together. Sorry about the blur there. I'm just going to check ADSB if the Red Arrow is coming back. So yeah, not forgetting the die team as well, and the Blues, the engineers. Once again, big shout out to the Blues, and you know, in 2026 we're going to see, and you know, some new names. We're going to see some new names, and you know, the team have done us proud this year. It's been absolutely amazing. So 2025 team, we'll remember them. They've been legends. Officer commanding Wing Commander Adam Collins. Red 1 for the second time is John Bondy, Squadron Leader John Bond. Red 2 and 3, so Rob Thomas, done us all proud. His first year, his first season with the Red Arrows, and then Red 3, the legend, Flight Lieutenant Andrew McCoon, who's made Red Arrows history to become the first Red Arrows pilot from an F-35B. Red 4, Squadron Leader Chris McCann. Red 5, Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales. Red 6 was Squadron Leader Tom Hamsford. Red 7, Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. Red 8, Flight Lieutenant Richard Walker. Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suppling. And Red 10, Supervisor, I believe his last season complete. And all the best to Squadron Leader Graham Musket. Now, I'll mention very briefly the circus. Now, they're 10 aircraft engineering technicians and 1 photographer, and they're chosen to form a team known as the circus, and each member is allocated to the specific pilot. As we mentioned, Circus 1 will fly Red 1, Circus 10 will fly Red 10, and they fly in the passenger seat of the Hawk from display airfields and service the aircraft before and after every display, and when operating away from the team's home base. So once the display season is over, they return in their normal team duties. I mean, what an honour that is. Let's give them a shout out. Circus 1, Flight Lieutenant Greg Harley. Circus 2, Corporal Dale Smith. Circus 3, Air Specialist, Class 1 Technician Joe Burnett. Circus 4, Corporal Daniel Wilson. Circus 5, Corporal Matthew Harris. Circus 6, Corporal Luke Smales. Flying with Red 7 is Circus 7, Corporal Josh Wallace. Flying with Red 8 is Circus 8, Corporal Scott Bamford. Circus 9 is Sergeant Colin McDonald. Circus 10 is Air Specialist Class 1 Ivan Lewis. And Circus 11 is Squadron Leader Andy King. Engineers, technicians, avionics team, weapon techs, logistics, mechanical transport, survival equipment technicians, even photographers and engineering support flight. Are you interested? Because there's so many roles. Get in. Right. Something a little bit different. The legendary aircraft with the PT6 Pratt & Whitney's amazing free reverse flow engine, the Shadow. take note of those big bore exhausts. That is a characteristic of the amazing Pratt & Whitney's masterpiece. I know, and it's in that the Beechcraft Shadow R1 installed with a Pratt & Whitney masterpiece, the PT6. wind has come from. It's out of nowhere now. Sean Oliver, how you doing? Darren Harwood, Aspen, Anonymous, Mark Moody, how you doing? So the weather is sadly deteriorating, but no worries, even if we finish up in this lands. We've had a good day. I've really enjoyed that solo Red Arrow. That was really cool. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. So we've got the Shadow R1 doing some circuits. Highly adaptable tactical aircraft. Offers a lot of stuff. It flies with 14 and 54 Squadron. This is the only base and place or station, shall we say, historically, that it operates from, giving enhanced surveillance and intelligence capabilities. Its role, basically, built upon the Beechcraft King Air 350. Is that something pinging over? It delivers fast tactical ISR support for global operations with improved altitude, speed, and range for broader. That is a red arrow. So it has satellite communication, defensive aids. It's got enhanced surveillance and intelligent capabilities. But the engine is something that I am always happy to give you a demo, which I'll show you in just a moment. Do have another red arrow starter. And if you can support the channel, nearly 1,000 of you tuned in, give us a like. You've been cleared to smoke on go on the like button. Come on. Back up again, and red arrow sounding good. That was the Pratt & Whitney's, and I'll show you the, if I can, in this really poor weather now that's just been hitting us. It's quite windy. So the Pratt & Whitney PT6 engine, now you may have noticed these huge big bore exhausts, but what's special about this, it's called a reverse flow engine, which means that the engine's, the front of the engine is at the back. Now, for those that know how jet engines work, and for those that don't, okay, don't worry. In other streams, I'll talk about jet engines and how they work. But of course, you need it's the suck, squeeze, bang, blow. But this is done in a reverse flow order. There is no bypass either, because of the way the air is flown. Now, bypass helps. A higher bypass helps with fuel efficiency, etc. But there isn't a bypass here, and the reason probably is because the engine, the front of it, is at the back. So you've got a nice air intake here that goes right through. There is a FOD mesh here to stop any FOD, but as the air goes all the way, works its way into the back, the air goes in and works its way to the front of the aircraft this time. Yeah, I know, it's really cool, but here's the thing. This is spinning in one direction. I don't know if it's clockwise or anti-clockwise. I'll have to find out exactly. But it still has a low pressure axial compressor. There are 3 or 4 stages. You can get different sizes due to the size of the aircraft, of course. Now, again, it's a compressor, so it squeezes the air, it compresses the air, and it compresses the air at 10:1. So it goes in at 1 bar of pressure, it is now compressed to 10. And again, characteristic of a compressor, it gets smaller and smaller, so you can compress the air. The final compressor is a centrifugal compressor, and what that does, it actually pushes the air 180 degrees, so vertically, and it pushes the air into the combustion chamber where it goes back round, and it's met here with the combustion chamber with spray nozzles. Okay, now as this is sprayed into the compressed air at 10:1, here comes our aircraft landing, it then ignites and combusts the air and spins this single stage axial flow turbine. It's a high pressure compressor turbine, and it's mounted on the same shaft as the compressor stage. And the thing is, the RPM for this is 39,000. Now, for those that know, for a propeller aircraft, that is very, very excessive. That's just a bit too much. So I'll explain what happens next once our lovely shadow just comes into land. Now you'll notice this stage here is not actually connected to this shaft here. It's amazing. And what happens here, it's a free flow turbine. Now it's the gases and that combustion is spinning this at around 35,000 revolutions per minute. And what they have to do, it's too powerful. These revs are too powerful. But the thing is, what's turning the compressor at that stage is the force, is the flow of the gas. And it meets a 2-stage planetary reduction gearbox. Actually slows down the revolutions to 1700 to 2200 RPM. And it's the exhaust gases from here that actually move the propeller. Basically, like this. There you go, hot gases. And the thing is, the reason why one shaft is the compressor spinning one way and the other spinning the other way is simply because it's so torquey it would flip the aircraft on its nose. It is a spectacular aircraft engine, that PT6. I tried to make that a little bit quick there because we had all sorts going on, especially with this. So I hope you got that. That's not one of my best descriptions of it, as I've had that PT6 coming into land, this Hawk conveniently about to take off as well, which is great. So yeah, sorry, I'll do a better description of the engine next time, but that was my PT6 engine that I've drawn for you. Like I said, 2 shafts not connected to each other, no bypass in it. And again, if you didn't catch that, they spin, both shafts, they spin in different directions, dependent to each other, because they're so torquey. 39,000 revs per minute is too torquey
revs for a propeller, so they tone it down with a planetarial gearbox to slow it down all the way down to 1700 to 2200, and it's applied to many aircraft, that engine. Such as our Texan in RAF Valley. Pilatus, loads of Pilatus aircraft have that. Maybe I'll show you a better description after this departure. It's always good to do that justice, that engine. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? I never thought about why it didn't have a bypass. If the air's going to go all the way to the back of the engine, there is no need for a bypass. How would that work? And I never got to tell you about the big bore exhaust, so I'll tell you about that in just a moment.
of the day. Just keep an eye on that. So yeah, for those that missed that, sorry. There's a regular engine. Like I said, you've got a low pressure stage, high pressure, and then the air goes into the combustion chamber. This is a generic jet engine with afterburner or reheat, but if you take out the afterburner section, then it is just a regular jet engine. But there is a bypass on jet engines for fuel efficiency. That's the purpose of them. They combust here, and so it's the suck. You squeeze it in the compressor stage, bang in the combustion chamber, and then you blow out. There's your thrust, and then you've got your turbines here, which power the low pressure turbine, powers the LP compressor, and the HP turbine powers the high pressure compressor. All right, reheat afterburner, for those that don't know, it's hot gases in here. Literally you are spraying pure fuel into the hot gases. It's a separate section. It has a special insulation to cope with the heat. Yes, it uses more fuel, it gives you more thrust, but it really ups your fuel consumption by 3 times, so that's quite a lot. But it gives you the you know, on an F-15 you're looking at around about a 60 feet long of afterburner around that time. But when we went back to our PT6 engine, it's not from the front, it's at the back. So I'll explain once more. So the air goes in at the back. It is a reverse flow, hence it probably why it doesn't have a bypass. So the air goes in here through the intake. So it's got a special intake, and it's met with the mesh for FOD. So it does have a compressor. It's got a low pressure axial. It's got 3 or 4 stages. There's the red coming in. Here we go. Maybe I won't get to tell you about the PT6 right now. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you. Here comes the red. This is just turning around. Well, it was turning this way. Maybe it's gone on. Here we go. And dry into the sky. Out of the circuit for a bit. Right, so that appears to be heading out somewhere away at the minute. Right, I might be able to tell you about the engine really quickly, but a little bit better. So yeah, apologies for that. That does happen. Some of my many drawings that I've got on here. Let's have a look what we've got here now. Oh, I can't find it now. Yep, here we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Here we go. Yeah, I'll try again. So again, this is the PT6 engine that we said in a lot of the Pilatus aircraft, the Beechcraft, the Texan as well, and the air goes at the back. The front of the engine is actually at the back, and like I said, you've got your compressor. It's probably going to come back now, isn't it? I bet you it does. It's still got a compressor, but it's just done backwards. It goes towards the front of the aircraft. Really, really amazing. It's got a compression ratio of 10 to 1 as it squeezes. You can get 3 or 4 stage low pressure, but the centrifugal compressor is where it's at, and it pushes the air 180 degrees, so vertically, and it pushes the air again towards the front of the aircraft, and it comes back round into the combustion chamber where there are spray nozzles. The air around here is now 300
degrees. So for those that don't know, the compressor 10 times, so 1 bar of pressure is now 10. It's got a single stage axial flow turbine, which is going to get to on combustion. Once that compressed air from the centrifugal air is pushed into the combustion chamber, I'm going to try and turn this way, it's really annoying, that wind. The combustion starts spinning this single stage axial flow turbine. It's a high pressure compressor turbine, and it's mounted on the same shaft as the compression stage. Now that turbine is going to start turning at around 39,000 revs per minute, and it's this air that's pushed towards the free power turbine. Don't forget, if you look closely, that this shaft is not connected to this one. Now this is what's turning these free power turbines, okay? Now just to give you an idea of what's going on here, I'm going to get my little diagram. Now the revs per minute now are around about 35,000 revs per minute. Now what this means, this is too powerful for a propeller, okay? So what happens next, this shaft is connected to a 2-stage planetary gearbox, and it reduces 35,000 revs per minute to 1700 or 2200, and it's this air that's going, the gases, this drive in hot air is what's turning the propeller. Okay, so basically this is what's happening. So the hot gases, that's what's making the propeller turn. Isn't that just incredible? And the characteristics of that engine are those big bore exhausts that you can see that stick out. That is like the signature. I've lost my page. That is the signature. That's what happens on a compressor stall, by the way. It's when you disrupt the compressor. That's ADSB, how it works, and why you can't see it on. Oh well, you got the idea. Right, I might go and have a quick cup of tea if that's gone for a little jolly somewhere. Oh no, it's not too far away now. So it's a reverse flow engine. It's amazing. How we're doing, everyone? Hope we're all good. Good question. I did come across that. Mark Moody, be interesting to see why they ever came up with that reverse idea. The idea goes back to the likes of, again, Pratt & Whitney from the P-47. If you look at the P-47, which I do have a diagram, it was done to reduce the overall engine length. If you think about radial engines, there's not a lot of depth between them, but then if you think of an inline engine, it does. And manufacturing by combining manifolds, it actually improves efficiency and the intakes as well. It's very compact. They're not very big at all. If you think, you can go back to the if you go back to the Pratt & Whitney's R2800 engine, again, it goes at the back, intercooler, and pushes it forward. If you tried to have this, laid out differently, again, interesting, it's a Pratt & Whitney engine. Again, the air intake all the way to the impeller, the supercharger. Again, this is, look how far back that is. It's actually quite amazing when you think about it. So that idea is probably goes back to World War II, right? And with the size of it, it's probably good for, it reduces, of course, engine length. I think that's one of the main reasons. I did come across that when I was learning about it, and it's got a better low RPM response with the planetarial gearbox. It's quite compact. I think, again, benefits to that. Right, the red arrow isn't too far away, so I better stay put. Still going strong. Diplock, Daniel Walker, how you doing? Oi to you. Mark Moody, very, very good question. That is a very good question. I'm just trying to think of that first engine. So I went to the Midlands Air Museum and I was trying to think of engines. I'm just trying to think of what I've seen. I think there was this yeah, I'm pretty sure Sir Frank Whittle did do that, and I think, but is it something like a Lubbock burner? I'm pretty sure he did something like that. Called it was a different. I'm just trying. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen that at the Midlands Air Museum. I can't remember if it's something like a Lubbock burner or something like that. Unless I've got that completely wrong. But yeah, there was I think Rover, Frank Whittle, and of course Pratt & Whitney all coming up with it, and it was a method of trying to find a way to make an engine more compact. I think that was the main benefit, how they came across it. Yeah, absolutely. Barnes-Wallis, Sir Frank Whittle, I mean Barnes-Wallis, lots of things as well. You know, with the, I know it's very quickly just to jump on the, you know, on the upkeep, the bouncing barrel, but I often mention him more times for the geodetic airframe and the geodetic construction that he put together. I mean, what a masterpiece. The geodetic airframe on the Wellington bomber for Vickers Armstrong's aircraft. It was a very innovative design. But yes, of course,
upkeep. He produced the Tour Boy, then the Grand Slam. The upkeep bomb, and of course the spherical version that many may not know, the secret squadron that you may know, the 617. There was also 618 Squadron, who were specially created and formed for the Highball, which was a spherical version of the bouncing bomb. And of course they made inert training versions of these as well for 618 to take out the Tirpitz. But in the end they used the 12,000 pounder Tour Boy. That sounds good, doesn't it? Imagine having Barnes Wallis, Whittle and Kelly Johnson developing aircraft today. Wow. I mean, yeah, absolutely. To everyone for getting us to 116.2k. The channel is climbing nicely, isn't it? It's certainly a museum to check out if you do. The Midlands Air Museum. Little place there. I did a little members little walk around, didn't I, once? That was quite funny. That was good fun, that. Alan Gates, Wibbs, Davey, Samantha Wright, Margot, how you all doing? Hope you're good. Hope you're well. How you all doing? Let us know in the comments. See what's going on. How we doing? Mark Moody, Davey, Peter, Alex. How we all doing there now? Christine Barnes, how you doing? Hope you're good. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Right, so we just got a red arrow, call sign Vulcan 82. It's not too far away. It's doing a few moments of general handling, I guess. Just taking the opportunity to have some warm tea. But dare I talk about history? Actually, I should do, shouldn't I? Make aircraft appeal, right? Alan Burden, hope you're good, man. Davey, Mayhem, Mark, Moody, how you doing? Alex, Black Cat. Throughout the training session, I'll be giving you the history of Waddington. Not today though, I'm just, what we'll do, the plan is we'll just see this red arrow arrive back. The other one possibly went to Marham, maybe, as it's not, well, unless I missed it, it is a hawk after all. But Waddington's got some amazing history dating back all the way to 1916. It was a Royal Flying Corps station, training US Army Air Corps and Royal Flying Corps alike, along with some secrets that it brought back from the Falkland Islands. The Orlicon, the anti-aircraft, the Swiss Skyguard and the Orlicon radar, the anti-aircraft gun that were seized and brought back here, and they were hidden just behind me where the training centre for the fire crew are. I know, they hid them under there, and that formed 2729 RAF Regiment as a special gunnery regiment to test out the anti-aircraft. So they brought that back, hid it here, formed a couple of regiments. I think it was there could have been two, you know, that the main one was 2729, and I believe they've got RAF Waddington at the regiment heritage centre. They have an example of this. Amazing. The first base to operate the Avro Manchester, and then eventually the prototype with 4 engines, which was called the Manchester Mark III, which eventually gave birth to the new name, the Avro Lancaster. Very first Vulcan Squadron, the first to have the Vulcans here. Mentioning of April the 17th, famous Augsburg raid, the first ever main raid into Germany, a escortless raid, daylight raid, the very first major raid using the Avro Lancasters. 44 Squadron led by Squadron Leader John Nettleton. 6 Lancasters, with the exception of a 7th being the spare, which turned back safely, and then another 6 again with the spare 97 Squadron using RAF Coningsby's satellite station RAF Woodwell Spa. Daring raid. Could say it was an answer to putting an end, perhaps, or at least halting the disruptions of one of the longest battles, the Battle of the Atlantic, and it was U-boats that were causing the problems and the threat to Britain, devastating and terminating supplies to Britain, from ammo, fuel to food, from metalworks, and over 500 merchant ships were sunk, and the mission that was proposed by Air Marshal Harris was to bomb the Marne diesel engine factory plant. And of course the diesel engines were in the U-boats that were sinking the merchant ships. And you have to remember the Battle of the Atlantic, the U-boats that were coming in wolf packs were sinking so many merchant ships. A lot of them had to be escorted by warships, so to speak, but that's, that costs a lot of effort just to escort and to carefully oh, here comes I think the red arrow's just heading back, but typical, isn't it, as we talk this through. But the plan was, there was a bit of Royal Navy, RAF sort of, no, we'll take care of it, no, we'll do that. And that is a true thing. There is a bit of rivalry of who's going to take what. There was also, the subsidiary, the Coastal Command taking care of things
with the wonderful short Stirling bomber. However, to actually, the plan for Churchill and Air Marshal Harris was to think, hang on a minute, let's bomb the target of where they make these things. Let's cause a disruption to their production. But what did we have? I mean, okay, what did we have? We had like aging Hamdens and of course the unreliable Manchester, which eventually turned into the Lancaster, and Blenheims weren't fit for the job. We could have used Wellingtons, but you are going in the daylight, you are asking for trouble. We didn't have a bomber that was, in a way, heavily defended, like the B-17G, for example. So this is where the Avro Lancaster came in. While we're waiting for the rest of the story, we do have the Hawk just running in now. It's a little bit more behind me actually. So now, I might have to miss this for a minute. I do actually severely need to change battery. Descent to land Asser with a lorry, of course. How was it? Cool. Let me just swap the mags over. Hang on.
approach. Low approach coming in. the angle that come down there. That was impressive. This is the first day of training for 2026, and if you're new to this, you're probably wondering where the rest of the Red Arrows are. Well, they never train in a 9 as they work up to the training session. You'll see them as a solo, you'll see them doing different things as a solo, you'll see them as a synchro pair, you'll see them in a free, you'll see them in a Hannah, an Enid, 6, 7, 8, and then finally towards the end of the year you'll see them as a 9, if not January, if not February. But they don't work up every week, you know, they work up 1, then 2, then 3. No, it doesn't work like that. What they'll do, they'll practice each maneuver 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, whatever it takes, 3 times a day. You'll get different and various sorties throughout. So, and then, you know, towards the end, the idea is to put it all together, which is why we'll come back next week perhaps and there'll be 6. We'll come back the week after that, there could be 4. We'll come back the week after that, there could be just singletons. It changes all the time. Red 1 will be the one responsible choreographing the display sequences, putting them all together. That's the way it is. Here we go. And of course there are new trainee pilots for the future as well, so don't forget that. The Red Arrows pilot will be with the Red Arrows for just 3 seasons. They've all joined at different stages, so all 9 or 11 technically, all 11 don't just go. Some joined. I mean, this year we had 2 new recruits, Reds 2 and 3. Again, look at this angle. Look how steep this is. Look at this. Oh, oh, oh. I hear a red arrow started up. That bassy sound of that Rolls-Royce Ardeur engine. Of the red arrows, and this one over here I've just heard started up, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure it's this one. Is it this one? I've certainly 100% heard a red arrow start up. This is one that we can't see. We'll see. sure I heard one start up. Lilo Douberfly, you absolute legend. Thank you so much for gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. That's amazing. Sammy B as well with the super chat. Thank you so much. Streams, thank you very much for 8 months membership. Hello Nikos, hope you're well. I'm getting better, thank you very much. Also David Finch, thank you very much for Oi with 17 months membership. Gary, high five and a paw pump. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships earlier today. Thank you very much for your support there. Gary Mathers, MUFC, congratulations on 24 months membership. That's 2 years membership with the Ted Coningsby channel. Also with the Fighter Squadron as well. Oi and good morning Ted, Nikos and everybody in TCS. Well, 2 years as a member of this fantastic channel. I'm proud to be a part of the ever-growing success. Thanks for what you do, Nikos. Thank you very much. Gary as well, thank you. High five. Thank you. And a guard march for gifting another Ted Coningsby membership. Ben Stubbs, thank you very much. 3 months. Ooh, Emma Tozer with 7 months. Amazing streams as always. Thanks, guys. Babzar, high five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Christopher O'Connor, thank you very much. High five there. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby's Posh Officers Club. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Brian Acosta, thank you very much for the super chat. Stevie Boy, thank you as well. Let's Go Reds, thank you for the super chat. Guards March. Christopher Carr with 30 months membership, still loving this journey and everyone, thank you. John Minter with the super chat there for some cough medicine for Nikos, thank you very much. Guards March to you. And Megan Leanne Photography, thank you very much. Loving the stream, Nikos and Ted. Don't work too hard, thank you very much. Rachel Belly Bobcat, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for this live stream, Oi, and thank you as well. Jane Ann, who's put Oi, good morning all. Jane Ann, high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Stevie Boy as well, thank you for the super sticker. Mission Operation Para, high five, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron, welcome back. Roger Payne, 23 months, Oi, TCS, simply the best. Lilo Douberfly as well with 13 months membership today. Number 13 is a lucky number, thank you for all the stream. Thankful for this stream, am I, the best military aviation channel, period. Thank you very much. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super sticker. And just now, a high five, a paw pump, a salute and a fly past for Lilo, who's gifted 20, I repeat 20 Ted Coningsby memberships, absolutely incredible. Sammy B, Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat. Hello everyone, missing seeing the streams, new job, just too busy, loving it though. Thank you LJ Approach for my Jens, I loves him, and to all Claire Bear for sending in, much love to you all. Catherine Burker, oi everyone with 27 months membership, thank you very much as well. Pretty sure I heard a starter, but it could have just been a little bit of the flanks. Oh, yeah, did you just see that? So there is another one hiding in the back, so we've got another red arrow taken off shortly. Many to go for 1,000 likes. You know what to do.
hit the like button. Lilo, thank you very much. You're very welcome. Nikos, happy to support this amazing channel. This grandma loves aviation watching with the best. Thank you so much for that. And you did see a tail, right? I saw that. Pretty sure I've just seen a tail, unless that was being towed. Have to wait and see just a few moments. Kimmy Bear, how you doing? Sammy B, Margot, Mayhem, Johnny B, oi oi to all of you. Sharon Pilkington, oi oi, Lilo, Mark Moody. Well, I'm rather confused. I'm pretty sure we see, unless it was being towed back and we just happened to have a startup just for a bit of flexing. I have no idea. That was a bit of a weird one because there was definitely a tail that we'd just seen taxiing past just about here. So who knows? Steve H, thank you very much. Ooh, hoping to have your Hayford by the end of October. Thank you so much. Looking forward to having our very first Handley Page Hayford on the streams. We've got our red arrow that's heading back that we had earlier. So this red arrow is the one that we had earlier today. Good, I'm getting better. I'm a bit better, almost 100%. A bit better than yesterday. Paul Notley, no, we haven't done that one. There's so many. Slowly get through as many as we can. Red Arrow 9 is one that we had this morning, and it was heading down that way, and obviously hasn't come back, and it is on its way back now. Must have landed at Mildenhall. So we're not getting another departure by the look of it. So this is the one that did the loads of sequences today, loads of sequences, and headed down southeast and landed clearly at Mildenhall, and it's now heading back. Oh man. Sorry. Oh my gosh, really not a good time to start sneezing. Hang on. Oh dear, I was doing well all day until then. Hang on. Right, Red Arrow. Look at this.
4-point roll. Beautiful.
Red Arrow is doing actually. Still waiting for it. It's doing a few circuits just outside the perimeter, but in the zone. Got this Beechcraft Shadow R1, feeling like it's awaiting departure.
Looked like a bird avoidance there, didn't it? From this angle anyway. Some punchy winds at the moment. Right, my guess is that the Red Arrow was probably just holding around just for that to depart. There's one thing different about here as opposed to air shows. There is a priority for operational and emergency services requirements because we are by the Lynx and Knott's Air Ambulance, which has had a bit of a lick of paint now. I don't know if you noticed, but it's a very dark helicopter now, isn't it? Black almost, I guess, isn't it? So that was Widget 49 to the side, just departing now. So we're going to be departing as well very, very shortly. We'll just see what the Red Arrow is doing. The highly adaptable tactical advanced sensors, satellite communication, defensive aid, enhanced surveillance and intelligence capable Shadow R1, and those beautiful Pratt & Whitney Canada PT6A 67A engines. They produce 1200 shaft horsepower each. And earlier today showed you the diagram. Right, I'll see what this Red Arrow is going to do. If it doesn't land on the next sort of round, I will think about just packing up a little bit earlier than planned. All right. Four-point roll. also allows me to just perfect some of my stances of filming the red arrows in their particular sequences. There you go. There we go. Got it. Look at that. Beautiful. Amazing. Nice. That was a nice surprise to see the red smoke actually in training. Welcome to the first day of training for 2026 for the Red Arrows, and it's absolutely amazing to watch this. And the good thing is as well, a little benefit is, if there's a particular sequence that you love, then you'll be able to see it over and over again, because they will do the sequence over and over again. I'm not saying it's going to be this all the time, because it won't, because of course this manoeuvre is one of many that they do. And of course, when you see a Red Arrow aircraft up, and with any aircraft up, just remember the crew behind, making sure it's airborne, making sure it's airworthy or serviceable. Off to you, because back down. 4-point roll. That was funny. I was having a look on my phone where it was, and I was like, oh dear, there it is. They are sneaky, they are hawks after all. Literally, I've just lost it again. Oh, I got you now. Saying is, you know, a good pilot is always training, always practicing, but when you're at aerobatics level, it's got to be perfect every time. Brake to land. There goes the gear. Well, what a great first day for training 2026, and to be able to give you the training. So when you go to air shows next year, you know, for those tuned in, you can say you've seen the very first day of training for 2026. It starts today. Familiarisation to new recruits, perhaps, to getting things started. To watching our first lorries. Ladies and gents and teddy bears. A great day.
you by the end of October. Thank you very much. Guards March, Catherine Burkett, Guards March, 27 months membership. Oi, oi, everyone. Sammy B with 28 months. Where has time gone? Much love. Thank you very much, Sammy B. And Colin Patterson with 22 months membership, who's put woohoo at 22 months and counting. Sorry I didn't get on the streams much these days. Keep up the great work and content. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies, gents, and teddy bears, thank you so much to all of you who have tuned in today for today's first day of training of the Red Arrows for 2026. I hope you've all enjoyed it. It's been great. I'm on the mend, I'm getting better, and just a big shout out to our Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, thank you, and also to our Red Arrows, thank you very much as well. There potentially could be another departure very shortly. There's one ping in right now, so that's, there you go. If you're still here, enjoy. But I hope you've all enjoyed it. What a great second day of the week. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian, and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and it's an absolute pleasure to be back and getting you the training of the Red Arrows. Thank you very much. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.